All right, well, interesting morning to say the least to start off with. Got a moderator here that I don't know what is going on, banning things left and right. And then I go to unmod and they say they're not a mod. So, uh, Spaceman, that's what the heck is going on. But that's what took so long, folks. That's why I seemed very distracted trying to figure out what in the heck is going on. So bear with me as I try to work through this and figure it out on the fly because it wasn't here yesterday. So, but anyway, welcome in, folks. We got about 30 seconds till the first break here. And just want to introduce the stream. We're flying for Pan Am Virtual, as you can see at the top, going from Singapore up to Kai Tak. You don't know Kai Tak? Well, I told you last night, do a little research. Do that thing called Google and learn a little. But today we'll be nice and say it's in Hong Kong. Well, was in Hong Kong. It's the old Hong Kong International Airport, known for a very tricky approach, especially in the weather. So after the break, we'll talk more. All right, so subscribers, welcome. Thank you. Not sure if they're actually off because my laptop is still showing us here. But thank you so much for your subscribing. I am still trying to narrow down what the heck is going on here. So give me just a second, and I'm sure it's going to go into a break as I try to figure this out. I just can't figure it out because, yeah, what the heck came in and made things the way they are? All right, well, anyway, we are going to fly to Kai Tak today, folks. I know what I wanted to do. Hang on a second. Something's a little out of whack here. I thought it was right, but it ended up not being right. There we go. All right, that looks a heck of a lot better. Anyway, folks, we're in the gate here, Bravo 9 at Singapore, planning a runway 20 departure. And we are boarding peeps as we speak. So we'll be ready to push back here in just a few minutes. So the system told me they were going to break, and we didn't go to break. So, well, it's September, folks. What do you expect? Twitch is under their who knows what Twitch is going through right now. Oh, well, it's Twitch. But anyway, folks, it's September, so if you want to sub the channel, we would love you to. That helps us purchase aircraft sceneries. The month of September is September. And subs are 25% off for Tier 1 and Tier 2. If you're so bold and go Tier 3, you get 30% off. Also, those who gift, you get 25% off as well. So, just a great month. We've had a great start to it with a bunch of generous people gifting and subbing, as well as those following the channel. So, thank you so much. We're also working on building a group flight here somewhere either latter part of this month, beginning of next month, to celebrate crossing 300 followers. Really a big milestone here. So we crossed it, and I want to celebrate it. So head over to our Discord channel, folks. Here's the invite. And, oh no. Really? Oh boy. I'm hoping they're Spaceman for the checkered approach. Oh boy. Why is Stream Elements doing this and they're not even a mod? I am just baffled at this. All right, well, gonna make it a hard day today. All right, well, yeah, we're ready for the checkerboard approach. I am just not gonna focus on that because it'll be a distraction the whole time. So let's get up in the cockpit, folks, and get this thing going. All right, folks, back in the day, the 747-200 was a crew of 3. Captain, first officer, and the man that did all the work back here, the flight engineer, which, by the way, spaceman, I don't know if you're able to see it, but my crew did not have a flight engineer. What's up? Had a captain and first officer, but no flight engineer. I have to talk to you guys there in scheduling. Making me and the two pretty boys up here work pretty hard. Now we got to do his job on top of ours. I got to talk to you guys there at Pan Am. Budget cuts, is that what's going on? So, but anyway, that guy does all the work. These two are the ones that get to look pretty for y'all. Is that the excuse? All right, spaceman. Well, let it slide this time. I thought I saw flight engineers on my manifests before. Oh well, it's kind of neat. The Pan Am Virtual folks has got a neat little app. They load you up with a crew. Uh, it's the excuse I'm going with, Spaceman says. But it really adds just that slight element, lets you know, hey, you actually do have a crew maybe back there, be it virtual or not. But your pilot, your co-pilot should have a first officer. But budget cuts, I get it, have trying to eliminate this to a 400 before it's time. So, all right. But anyway, that's how this plane worked. And you, in the flight sim world, get to do all 3 roles at once. So it really does amp it up just a little bit on the challenging. Now, I don't take it that next step and throw the INS or LTN in. I had a lot of bad experiences with it back in Central Century of Flight. You'll get English working yet. And that's why I just don't. It was just too many headaches when a little simple error popped that wouldn't clear, kind of like the stream elements thing. That just, frustrate you beyond belief, and you just like, you know what, just give me the FMCs. It's also time consuming on top of an aircraft that's already time consuming to get going. So, yeah, I just kind of said no more with the INSs. No matter how well they've improved for flight simming, I'm just going to stick with the true and true. One caveat to that, folks, though, flying the checkerboard approach is much easier to do with FMCs than INS. Why? Gotta know the coordinates for each of those fixes to get you onto the checkerboard approach if we're landing 1-3. If you don't know them, you got to try to hand fly this thing by vectors, which you do get most of the time, and then work your way in on it that way. Where the FMC, I can actually trick it, and we'll kind of go over a little bit of that here in a second to get you on target on the checkerboard. All right, we're going to fly a abbreviated checkerboard we'll do this in the pre-flight. We're going to go from DUMOL on the DUMOL 1-3 to CH, that's standard, but then we're going to continue and basically do a 45 degree to the LDA, hook it in. In essence, it's a instrument/visual approach. We'll put it, we'll term it that way. Since we're FOing and FEing my guy in the back, we don't know who he is yet. So, sorry, had fun with that. I caught that there, Spaceman, before everything else came up. So, all right, so let's get up here, take a look at how we're doing on the boarding, and we'll talk about this. All right, so we are loaded, by the way. So how do you load it? You build your plan on Spaceman's website there, panamvirtual. What is it? Come to think of it, because now I don't even know if I can type it in there without Stream Elements belly aching about it. You try it, see what happens. I'm sure it's going to belly ache. Yep, it did. It blocked it out. Why? Well, I guess we're going to be shutting Stream Elements down completely. That stinks because I got some stuff tied to it. Hang on, let me see if I can't figure out how to get around that real quick. It's not even turned on. All right, we'll do it that way. See if that allows it. Nope. Oh, I can't even unmod it. That's the problem. Oh well. Give me a second here, folks. I'll just mention it in a way it can't get upset with me. But if you go over to www.crew.paa,
You love me. You really love me.
.com, you'll
Spaceman634 just subscribed for 21 months. crew.paavirtual.com.
Awesome. It's crew.paavirtual.com. Just what you heard the young lady say, as we say, thank you for the subscription there, Spaceman. 21 months. Thank you, sir. Gotta find a spot for it. Oh my, there we go. I just got handed a soda from the back of the cabin. Didn't know we had McDonald's on our flights. Ha! Well, thank you again, Spaceman. So, www.crew.paavirtual.com. And that'll get you on the site. You just book the flight, set it up through SimTool or SimBrief, and then you'll be ready to manipulate it to make the run. You'll get your crew, your passengers, all that good stuff. So then you'll come back to the plane. From the menu here, click Load Calculator. It calculates weights. It calculates the fuel. Then we go to two other screens to physically load the plane up. Again, I set it to 15% and had to add like 10 people to it to get to 218, which just happened to match our zero fuel weight. We'll pre-flight this in a moment. I then put in our fuel calculation of 1,500 nautical miles. Through the flight planning, we saw we're going to head to 41,000 feet eventually. It's kind of high for what I thought airliners flew back then, but hey. That's a SimBrief thing, folks. Tailwind, headwind, that one I use to get my fuel basically in the realm of what SimBrief is telling me. And then alternate, you can pull that up, get the distance. That's an easy one. 7% comes up at 5. You can manipulate that again to get to your desired fuel load. For this flight, we're going to pull that up here. I've never done the instant load, so I don't know what'll happen if you do that. But let's get SimToolkit up here and let's see what we are actually dealing with. SimToolkit's a free utility, folks. I highly recommend. It's a moving map that'll show you everything around you. plus your route. Problem is, well, Sim Toolkit, Sim Brief will take you to Hong Kong Kai Tak. Your aircraft won't. Well, again, this is where you kind of trick it to go there. And then it ends up in Hong Kong if we were to fly it out. But anyway, so this shows you the route over here, airport basics, and then you can get into each of these. For us, we're looking at the ATIS. So that probably means we have something up with ATC there. So we're on Mike, and we're departing on the 20s, 20 right and left. Center's closed. Winds are 120 at 11. Really shocked we're still shooting south. Probably something to do with noise abatement. And our clouds, 1800. Few clouds to pester us, scattered at 28,000. And by the way, folks, the weather is turned back on. NOAA finally decided to realize there is weather. If you weren't following yesterday's stream, the surprise that came up in the afternoon, evening in the Citation 10, what the sim reaches out to in weather was down. So, quite funny. There was no weather yesterday. And for those of you that had severe thunderstorms, I'm sorry to tell you, but to the National Weather Service, you had no weather. Like I said, I could have had a lot of fun with that yesterday. But anyway, as you can see, the ATIS here. We'll check over here. Now, there isn't going to be Hong Kong weather at all because guess what? We're not going to. Oh, there is an ATIS, though. How did we get an ATIS? Runway 13, departing 13, visibility more than 10 miles, and 1,500 feet. Oddly enough, folks, how many of you have flown with Mike over the Far East area and realize we're always kind of butting up against a hurricane? I'm sorry, typhoon, they call them out here. There's one just west or just east of Hong Kong going into China. Just like, you got to be kidding me. Here we go again. So, but it is just far enough away not to really cause too much troubles, as you can see. Yeah, it's just amazing. But here's our loadout for today, 218 peeps. And yes, Spaceman, they signed their NDAs, so we're good there. We don't have to worry about them complaining to the law. 47,960 pounds of fuel. I'm sorry, payload. And there's our zero fuel weight at 434,649 pounds. We are going to throw on at least 105,500 pounds of fuel. I think we're over 106, 107 actually loaded. And again, there's our routing down there up to DOSUT, which it did not include the rest. Okay, and you can see it VMR 8F to VMR, heading on the Mike 771 to DOSUT, then to DUMOL, and then we'll fly basically to CHVOR south of the new Hong Kong airport, and then we'll start our attack on Kai Tak. All right, so there you go, folks. There's our pre-flight. Down here, I can't really get into a lot of it, mainly because we can't go to VHHX. Here we have to trick it to Hong Kong. Now, here is how it's gonna look to give you an idea for our approach. One way you can trick it. First off, get rid of these. Remove. Actually, yeah, we'll work with this. Okay. Click the pencil. Then what I did is we're going direct CHSCRWTD. Done. And RW ended up in the wrong spot. That's because dummy put EW. Hang on. Let me get that guy that doesn't know how to type to type. RW. I've done this enough, folks. I've got it pretty well memorized. All right, so you can kind of see how we're going to trick it. We're going to come up off of CH. Here's the the old would be right here, but it's now gone. I don't even think there's any remnant of it left other than the land mass. So just orientating you here. All right, so from CH, we'll go to SC to RW to TD. And the fooling part, this is the actual missed approach. We would then go out to whiskey and do it again. The long way goes out here and over. So, all right. Now, I do see we went to ads finally after my system said it would 5 minutes ago. So we'll kind of slow up here because we're really in the departure part of this. So, all right, and what we're going to do basically, folks, is fly off 20 right to let go, to DIVSA, to DOSPA, out to ACOMA, and I think this one's going to be VMR. Okay, just a basic look at it. We'll get a little bit deeper when we're ready to put it into the FMC. So let's push on, folks. I think we are ready to run some checklists. Let me just look at the top here. Oh, we're not. I see some stuff I need to do. We're aligned, so let's get these to nav. Okay, real quick. Okay, those are all set. And all right, I think we're ready to try this out. Checklists will tell us what we missed. So let me get up here and do my thing real quick.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the entire crew, welcome aboard the Boeing 747 Classic. We will depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
All right, one nice thing about this plane, folks, is that you can turn volumes down. Now, you're not going to turn the captain or the first officer. They're up here. But like what goes on in the back, the safety briefing, if you have loud, obnoxious pilots who think they have to be heard from Singapore to St. Louis over the radio with their microphone in heavy boom, you can turn it down or even off if you want. So let me check a couple things here. And I'm going to, whoop, not that one, that one. Don't want to forget to get credit here at Pan Am Virtual. Right, let's see. All right, looks like we're on there. I also like to verify. All right, and we're showing up on the Discord. Okay, good deal. All right, folks, let's button up the plane and let's get out to the runway here shortly. All right, ground. All right. Main door should be closed and all right. Let's get up here and crank up the APU. We've done all our checks up here, folks. Just waiting for the door open light to show. Maybe. All right, why aren't you? All right, why aren't you cranking up? All right, I'm baffled here. Why aren't you cranking up? Because there's no fuel. What? Ah, that'll do it every time, folks. There is absolutely no fuel in this plane. Let's do that instant. I know I did that. Let me do that again. Hey, now it should start. Important safety feature, folks, as we just saw. Guess, you know, it does need some fuel. Would have been fun trying to start the big engines. All right, and let's just check the amps and all on here. APU 1 looks good. 2 looks good. On the bus. Oh, you dummy, it's up here. I'm doing engine 2 and engine 3. Boy, we're going to be batting 1,000 on this flight. Okay, we're on the EPU. We got everything on. Let's crank them. Checklist time, folks. Welcome to what I love about this plane.
Before start checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Cockpit to ground. Disconnect ground power. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. Ground power disconnected. INS. Check in nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. On. Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights.
Okay, they're looking for the beacon to be on. They're ready for us to push back. So, Let me get back to my checklist.
Flight instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1008. Set and cross-check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder. Standby. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Arm. Anti-skid. On. Autopilot and flight director. Check and off. Takeoff warning. Check. Auto-flight enunciators. Check. GPWS. Check. Instrument warning. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist completed.
Okay, saw a few things. The some of those could have been because of me resetting. Let's do the flight engineer now.
Battery. On. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 106,305 pounds. Fuel panel. This.
Okay, we're gonna skip for the now. Actually, we're gonna check it.
Pressurization controls. Check and set. Bleed controls. This. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. This.
Okay, let's show that. This is right here. It's also up here. We're going to keep it TOD. Now, that's not top of descent, folks. That's takeoff dry. We're going to not be pumping water into it. So we'll keep it on that setting, and we'll go from there. So let me skip over that by checking it.
Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. Let's see. Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ADPs off. Checklist completed.
All right, we are ready for engine start, folks. As you can see, our next one is after start. So we'll break for just a second here. We got to get the tug up to us. And all of that good stuff. The things were skipped is, remember, it's ready for pushback. So keep that always in mind when you're going through the checklist. But what we can do real quick here, let's get our performance for takeoff taken care of. First, click load sheet so you get your numbers put in. I think that's what I forgot to do with the fuel. Hence, it put 0 in the tanks. It followed orders. We got a 13,100 foot runway. Airport elevation is like 20. I don't know if we can set 20, but we'll get probably 0. Heading 200. Let's see what SimBrief says for a slope, if any. Not really. Okay. Runway should be dry. Back to Singapore. Winds 120 at 11. $77. Temp here, balmy, 28. Okay, so we have the airport. Let me just see. I'm going to go ahead and put it to 6. Oh, wait, it's 0. .06. So yeah, maybe up 1. Okay. All right. So at flaps 10, we got a 121 for V1, 128 for V rotate, V2 of 146, state trim 3.3 we can set, initial pitch 18, and 298 after 10,000 feet. We're only going to use 2,800 feet. We go to, and that, it dropped again. So we did get a 4,000 foot runway once, but I haven't gotten it since. So we can only do what we can do here, folks. So I am going to verify the gross weight of 540,203. Didn't help us out much either, so all right. So and then we can just hit set speed bugs, which puts our V1 rotate flaps 10, flaps 5, flaps 1, flap up speeds, which you can see those all right here. And it puts them up on the screen as well. All right. Oh. There is nobody in Singapore. There was earlier. Okay. Well, let me get online here, so in case they come back. All right. Pan Am Flight 6, folks. Whoa. Why it did that? All right, let me look everything over. Oh, something's way amiss here. Hang on. Okay. Looks like I'm trying to piece this all together because... All right, let's see what Sim Toolkit's putting up here again. We are going to 39 right off the bat. Okay. I am gonna reserve the 36,000. We'll see how that works. Hang on, let me just do it this way. That kind of has me a little nervous. And I don't think... Didn't think so. All right, and we'll get rid of that. And there we go. All right, 1550. Are we going to make it? No, we're going to be 1630. And that all looks good. That all looks good. All right. We got all of that ready to go. Last thing to do is to connect. Seven, 4, 2, connect.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
All right, welcome back, folks. As you can see, we're getting better pushback setup. We did some checks and balances here. We're ready to go. Have an airplane pulling in right over there for Singapore. And a whole bunch scattered about. And Singapore.
Alpha Green 611, request taxi via Romeo 1, Tango Cupid, Whiskey and Hold Shot Whiskey 1.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Let's just make sure. Okay, those are all closed. And let's get rid of the chocks.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks. Cabin crew, arm slides. Chocks removed.
All doors are closed and armed.
Now you see how it's nice and quiet behind you? I'll wait for her to say.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Your tray table has been stowed away.
If I come back here, it's loud. If I'm up here, it's not. Now I can control that, folks, right here.
Fasten your seatbelt. Insert the metal fitting.
Same thing here. I can control the volume of the voices. So you can hear the correct voices in your head. No, just kidding. Let's do it, folks. Brakes
Parking
off.
brake released.
Starting for spec, and you may start engines.
Okay. So we need to first turn the pumps on. Fuel tanks with fuel. Turn the packs off. And then what I'll do, well, wait a minute, I'm going to do it this way because I need to open the start valve.
Start the engines.
We're going to start 3,
Ready
then
for
we're going to
engine
start 4, then 1 and 2.
Starting engine 3.
Start valve open.
Then I kind of strained my neck because we don't have a flight engineer because Pan Am was too cheap on this flight to give us one. Just kidding there. But you can watch your N2 building right here at 20%. He's going to tell you, and then you just put it to it. I know, it's all about deregulation. I get it. And there's the notice.
Fuel on, lights up.
All right. Important safety tip, folks, if you want to call it that.
Starter off.
You're going to get starter off, but if you don't get stabilized,
Engine stabilized.
if you don't get that message, folks, check if you're in X-Plane 12, which one you fired up. Because if you don't put a check mark by older versions or remove it, one of the two, we'll take a look in a second, you fired up the other one and it won't work right. I just warn you ahead of time, done it too many times, this guy can tell you. And yeah, so important safety tip.
Starting engine 4.
Starter valve open.
Okay, then back down here and we'll look back. This way you can kind of monitor. You can't monitor N2 on the front, by the way.
And 2.
There we go.
Fuel on, lights up.
All right, again, we're waiting for stabilize to start it. Now,
Starter off.
is it recommended to start 2 engines at once on a 747? Yes.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
The APU puts enough pressure
Engine
out
stabilized.
to turn them both. And it's actually recommended. Did he say stabilized? Looks like it. Okay. So yes, it is a doable thing.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open.
Why it's recommended, folks? So you can get out of the alley quick enough so another plane can push. Remember, some of these airports, Singapore being one of pretty busy airports. So the ability to crank up 1 or more engines at once on a multi-engine aircraft like this
20% and 2.
Fuel on.
is important.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed.
Fuel on.
Hand signal on the
Lights
right.
up.
We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Now you just got to wait for 2 stabilized.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
That's 1.
Engine stabilized.
2, and I see the pins over there. So guess what we can do? Boom, 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 boom. All right, folks. Let's get up here. I just immediately, folks, get over here, get our okay. Lead off, APU off. And now, as you can see, I can check my checklist right here. Recording, okay, beacon lights, engine, IDIs, electric pack, door warning, hydraulic panel, checked and set, and we're ready. Okay, we'll go ahead and turn on few components here.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine and the ice.
Off.
Electrical panel. Let's see.
Oh, I did forget a switch, folks. What else am I missing? Well, let's just... Okay, well, we're gonna skip it then. I don't know what else I missed.
Pack valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Flaps 5. Flaps 10.
Okay, trim. We said, I think it was 3.3. Yeah. Okay. Set there. Back to my checklist. I'm just getting things that I know right out. Probe heat on. Okay, everything looks good up here. Alright, it'll tell us if we missed it.
Taxi
Let's start
checklist,
taxi.
please.
Flaps. Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Takeoff data. EPR
Singapore
and the
traffic, Clipper
Set and
6,
cross-check.
heavy, taxi to
Stabilizer
runway
trim.
20 right.
Set
Theo
in
whiskey.
green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Parking brake released.
Super Green 611, hold short runway 20 right, waiting for the
Fuel dampers.
Check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Cabin ready.
Super Green 611, entering runway 20 right. Singapore traffic, I am 1001 inbound on the ILS 20 right, 7 miles out.
Alright folks, we're heading out. Whiskey is actually this inner one. I hate when they don't put signs here that we can read.
Singapore traffic, Super Green 611, clear for takeoff. Singapore traffic, I-fly 1001, 5 miles out, traffic advice. 08.
I think I got the, no, it's a spot on my screen. Thought I saw him coming in. All right, folks, we are getting close to the runway. Let's do our takeoff checks. Oops, wrong one. Okay, so icing, cabins ready. Transponder, double checking. Okay. There's IGU 1001. All right, ignitions will go to flight start. Oh, that's why I thought we were straight. Okay, and body gear steering will skip. Packs will turn off on takeoff. And fuel boost pumps, make sure they're all on.
Singapore traffic, Super Green 611, passing 2,300 feet, and let off.
Just look out ahead here, see if anyone's lining up, and we'll just go right into position if they aren't. Looks like got a clear scope. Okay. The heck?
Singapore traffic, Super Green 611, we want to request direct to DOSUT. Singapore traffic, I-fly 1001 is clear of 208.
Singapore traffic, Clipper 6 heavy, lining up and waiting, 20 right. I don't like when you don't have lines. I was trying to figure out why it looked like it was, if you all didn't notice, it looked like it was leaning. Like, did I blow tires and I haven't even done anything yet? All right, and flight director's on. Okay, no ATC, we're going to go direct 36,000.
Singapore traffic, I-fly 1001, taxi to parking via Whiskey, Quebec, Quebec 1, Singapore.
Okay. Parking brakes set. Body gear, steering good. Off. Lights all on. All right, we are ready to roll. Anything else missed? Let's run it and we'll find out.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
Disarm.
Pack valves. Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
All right, folks, we're ready to roll. Hopefully everybody's back from break, because here we go.
Stabilized. Thrust set.
80 knots. V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up.
Okay, cover your ears, folks. We're going out again.
Gear up. Flaps 5. Flaps 1. Flaps up.
All right, we are on course, folks. Let's get that checklist. Oh. Okay, let's run the after takeoff.
After takeoff checklist. Gear lever. Off.
Landing and logo lights.
Hold on.
Not yet.
10,000.
Now they go out.
Off.
Ignition.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Back valves. Open. Fuel heat. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
And we're on our way, folks. All right, so after that checklist, folks, the next one we do is descent and approach, and I just kind of follow it because as you read it, I'll let y'all read it real quick here. You're going to see some of this occurs at different points. So that's why I take my time with it. All right, since we're through 10,000, what was our transition? Was 11. $12.92. $12.92, and back here. All right.
Now's the level off.
No, we're not. I just did that just so I could. Okay. Yes, I forgot. 298. Okay. All right, there we go, folks. And I am going to turn that speaker down a little more. And there's Singapore, by the way, folks, as we high fly over it. All right, so we're on our way to Acoma, then VMR, and then on course. So hope you all enjoyed that departure. Took a little longer than I wanted. Ran into a few little issues, but other than that, mostly with Twitch and this issue with Stream Elements banning a lot of stuff all of a sudden. I don't know what's up with that, but I'm about to ban Stream Elements. So anyway, we are on our way. Bad Attitude, welcome in. Missed you yesterday. We had a great flight out of St. George. to Carlsbad, California. So anyway, we are on our way. Let me just double check that our packs are indeed on. They are, and fuel looking good for the trip, and we're on our way to Kai-Tak, folks. Putting 20,000 in the back pocket. That's okay. Yeah, we flew the Citation 10 out of St. George, headed down to Carlsbad. So, and for those of you in the U.S., I hope you're enjoying your Labor Day, and thanks for spending some time with us. Don't know how much it's celebrated abroad, but thank you, and happy Labor Day. Okay, lights, and where are we? Go ahead and kill the wing. Understood, bad attitude. Ooh, why is that not on? There we go. Yeah, I am really... Yeah, I don't know what's up with Stream Elements today. All right, we're through 25,000 feet, headed on up to 36,000. And it's also nice again to see weather. Yesterday was quite unique. So was another day. And it came to find out yesterday that the downlink they use from NOAA was down. So those of you that had thunderstorms and rain, and it was just a figment of your imagination. National Weather Service was down. There's no weather yesterday, so. Oh, quite hilarious. What did the weather people do to get their weather? My goodness, if they can't get it from them. Oh, well. Bad attitude, what did you do? How did you get your cruise good weather if the National Weather Service was down? Oh my, oh me. Oh, it just really cracks me up, that's all. As you can see, I really wanted to have a lot of fun with it yesterday. But we didn't. We're having it today. Oh. Well, I do know a couple things I can do. Just bear with me here a few seconds, folks, while I turn some things off. That way. Just use our other. If one's going to be down, let's just be proactive and use the others. And when Stream Elements decides to not have such a bad attitude, we'll maybe think about coming back to them for our timers. All right, now we can do that, and let's see here. Of course, it'll probably backfire my idea, but we'll see. All right, we'll just start off with those. All right, let's see. It backfired. Yeah, I really don't know what's going on. Oh, well, that's all it's going to take of my attention. All right, well, we can get some things. We just won't get any of our links out there for some reason. Stream Elements is really being a party pooper today. Hmm. All right, well, we are, looks level or getting there. We're still a little ways off. Let's go ahead, switch into Mach hold for the climb. And actually, I am going to set All right, we are on our way, folks. You can see in the top how long we have. I can't. Hang on a second. There we go. Looks like about 2 hours, 45 minutes to go, folks, and then we'll be over Hong Kong. Again, for those who've flown with Mike before, especially when we're in the, well, that's weird. It allowed that one. So we'll see how this works out with Nightbot taking control of it. But anyway, this year, for some reason, anytime we fly out in the Far East, there happens to be a typhoon or tropical storm, whatever they call those with typhoons, um, flanking us. Well, a typhoon just came into China, east and a little bit north, where the actual edge of it just misses Hong Kong. And wouldn't you know, it's right there coming ashore right now. So go figure that one, folks. All right, we are level, it looks like, at 36. Am I right? Let's go to altitude hold and see if she'll build back up as I go into cruise. There you have it, folks. Hope you enjoy. We'll kind of get into talking about this arrival because, folks, it's not in charts. If you have that program, you will not find it. Kind of showed that earlier. How to kind of confuse it to let you go in there, but still the actual physical approach charts aren't there. Same with here in your FMC. We didn't go over that too much. Problems with stream elements and all came up that just kind of preempted all of that. But what you would do is basically what I did, set up a flight plan to start with, okay, to VHHH, the new Hong Kong airport. Okay, once you have, you can go so far as with Sky Vector, set up your flight to go to, let me show you here what I'm talking about. Instead of trying to explain it, let me just bring it up. Because when you do it in SimBrief, it's going to really look kind of screwy. Okay, Sky Vector. Here's our flight yesterday, by the way. All right, so we'll go WSSS, VHHH, because here's what happens if you put the X in there for Kaitak, invalid airport. Okay, so now you get the specs, put your flight plan in. That comes up in SimBrief to a point. The problem is it won't read much further. You can try, but DUMOL 3.13 will not show up. DUMOL will, but the approach won't. So, here's how I defeat it. Technically, we are going to go out to here, just so you know. All right. So, DUMOL is here, and you can see one of the SIGs. All right, then we track here CH. You all who fly into Hong Kong International, the new one, know that is one of the initial starts, either TD or CH. Start your around the island approach for the 7s. By that I mean you either start from here, and you fly off this way around the island and line up there. Now, the true checkerboard actually does go this way, and you would come up here and work your way to about right here, make your turn in. There is the cutoff. That's what we're flying. So CH, again, that's your initial for the normal 7s. We're going to go 047. Okay, so you take it up to Stonecutter, I think it's called. Stonecutters. NDB. As you're turning, you're not going to see the famous checkerboard. Literally, folks, there was a building. As you all know, most aviation airports have checkerboards around a lot of their buildings and towers of old. Not so much today, but of old. Well, right by it's this big checkerboard, and you could literally visually fly to it and judge your turn for the landing on 13. Think of it as a Rivers approach on steroids into DC. If you're all familiar, you got to make that hard swing for runway 19 right at the end. Pretty much same thing here. My last time was high. This time I planned to be a lot lower. Planned to come across the turn point at 1,000, if not lower. Maybe even 500 to, a lot better on the approach. Also, Real World would have lead-in lights. We obviously don't, because this isn't set up for the IGS approach. But that's how you would set it up. So you set it up here, come back to Sim Toolkit, or you could do it in Sim Toolkit, or ultimately SimBrief, stick that in as your route. Load it, generate it so you can download it. Take that flight plan, stick it in your XP12 output FMC folder. So you go to X-Planes folder, look for Outputs folder, click it in the FMC folder, stick it there. When you come in, you load from that company route. And that's what you fly. You won't be able to pull up approaches for it because it's going to say approaches for Hong Kong. But that's how you can make the aircraft fly it. You can get it I mean, right down to where you're within a pretty good corridor with coordinates, but that takes a lot of work. So that's how that works, folks. So that's how we're going to be flying it, except once I come off CH, I am going to, well, I'm going to begin looking because, where's my approach? All right, I can give you a little insight now. Oh. Uh-oh, hang on. I may be doing a quick update here. There we go. All right, I didn't realize we're flying off a different VOR, CC. And that we cross at 6,000. We're descending to cross Stonecutter at 1,000. Descending, I'm sorry, correction. At 7 miles from Charlie, we descend to 800 feet, crossing Stonecutters. I was right, at 800 feet, crossing. So you can see it's a continual descent, folks. So it's going to be a fun approach. We got a couple, we got a couple minutes here to get ourselves ready, as we have 2.5 hours to go. So for now, let's just kind of relax with some music, and we'll work our way in. But thanks for flying with Mike, folks. If you like what you've seen, like the content, hey, smash that follow button, folks. We'd love to see you on future flights. Feel free to come up and join us. A few airports along the way in Vietnam. Also coming down from the north. And let's all have some fun at Kai Tak, shall we? It is September, so I have to, in good conscience, say, folks, the folks at Twitch are being awful generous. If you subscribe to this channel or any channel in Twitch, you get 25% off. Tier 1. If you want to go Tier 2, it's 25% off. If you want to go Tier 3, it's 30% off. If you're a generous person and you like gifting subs to streamers, 25% off. So, all right, folks. So, let's kind of sit back, relax, enjoy the Labor Day, and I will try not to confuse you any more than you probably are, because, flying is always like flying in mud. It's clear, but it's clear as mud. All right, folks, we're back with you. Had to get some coffee. All right, and take a look at the weather more. Man, look at the weather out here. It's wrong key. There we go. I mean, look at, I mean, personally, are they real looking thunderstorms? Yeah, they've got some problems with them, but you know what? They look pretty good. I mean, in the fact that they don't look like the classic ambles. But here, folks, I'm here to tell you, that looks highly impressive. Of course, we get closer, we could see the lightning and all in them. We saw that a couple days ago on another stream. 06 has really been a great update. They got a release out on it now. So I've been through all the different betas and all the different heartaches that came with them. And all I can say, folks, is they are dynamite. The clouds have really come into being, as they said. There are times you do see the cirrus. I don't know what the conditions are to be able to see that in the sim, but they really have done great things here with XP12, and especially with the update 06 and now in release candidate 1 for it. So what's up for 07? I know yesterday's flight in the Citation, while problematic, I think because I'm blending what I saw real world versus simulated world, the two not 100% matching, made it a little confusing. And we're gonna try and hone up the Citation 10. So I know a few people out there that would really like to see more of it. So we'll see what we can do. It is a fun plane, folks. It is neat to think we flew from St. George to Carlsbad, California. I think it's 400 or 500 miles, and we did it in like 45 minutes because we're at Mach. Technically, we were supposed to be at 0.86, but we were at 0.9 the whole time. It's a lickety split, hot moving plane. And yeah, that's going to definitely see some fly time here soon. Just some things I got to work out with how to integrate the, I'll get to a couple pages that I don't seem to be able to. Let's just put it that way. Couldn't get to the arrivals, and I don't know why. Couldn't get to the departures to start with, but eventually we did. It just... a lot of weird things that I'm not used to, but that's probably quirky to the Citation. Same with this plane, folks. Those of you that fly the INS will know it's not easy, folks. You already got an airplane that's going to take better part of 30 minutes just to get it ready to go. Unless you're going to skip steps and just, turn them on and go. But the INS, you can't do that with. You can do a quick align, yes, but you still got to put them in number by number for each of your nine fixes. And it's only 9. And then as you get going, you can start adding a fix and a fix and a fix, or wait and get a few more put in. It can get very complicating real quick once you get going, and you got to figure just a lot to the INS. And I know you guys out there love it, so I'm not going to sit here and badmouth it. It's just, for me, give me the FMC. Thank you, Felis, for giving me the FMC. As with a Fly J Sim, thank you, because flying it INS is not easy. So, what's up next for Flying with Mike? Well, if you get over to our Discord channel, and I wish I could get you the invite without getting tagged by Stream Elements, you could check it out for yourself. But Tuesday, I'm sorry, correction. Oh, the holiday's gonna throw me off this week at work. Wednesday, we are gonna fly a route that Hawker shot over to me. And I'm gonna put it right now. The aircraft mentioned, let's go to be determined. But we're gonna fly out of Montreal. Whoopee 2017, welcome in. Hope you're having a great Labor Day if where you are celebrates that. But we're gonna fly from Montreal on Wednesday to Puvernikwa Airport in Canada. It's up north, CYPX. It's a gravel strip way up north, about an 800-mile run if memory serves. We're going to give it a shot. What the heck? Like I said, though, let's go to be determined, though, on the aircraft. So... And then on Thursday, we're going to go Philadelphia to Atlanta. Two great sceneries I have. Planning the Tolis A319 for it. So that's what our upcoming week looks like, folks. I'd love to give you the ability to invite to Discord, but Stream Elements is going poo-poo on that, so... they're being very, they're just copping a huge attitude with us, and so I'm pretty much shutting them down until they decide to come back in line. I'm sure that just means they got hacked, so. Alright folks, so Felis is on its way. Got a thunderstorm staring us down. Now, I have had a request from our YouTube crowd of doing a video on installing sceneries and mesh. I would love to do that tutorial, folks, but I need to be tutored myself before I can do that. So, because we do run in from time to time, and we're gonna get it with Hong Kong. Certain things not installed, which are installed, blah, blah, blah. And if this was FSX, boom, I know how to fix those things. X-Plane, after 3 years, I still don't know how to fix those things, and I'm sure it's something in some kind of a scenery config not lining up right for it to read it for all airports. So I could sure use some tutoring of my own in that, so that I can then come along and try and help some of our new X-Plane pilot folk learn the art of adding scenery and meshes. Speaking of lightning, there was a good shot. So, and I'm going to go look a little ahead of our flight. Oh, okay. So this line of thunderstorms isn't even showing up here. Wow. Huh. Let's get over to the loading live map. Maybe, but I doubt it. All right. Let me show you what I'm looking at real quick. You all can see it in the background. No, now you can't. But, yeah, it's showing some weather right here. It's not showing up. All right. Whoopee, I'm not sure about that one. I never bought it from Steam, so I just bought it from X-Plane and installed it that route, and have enjoyed it since. I didn't have. Now I have since gone to the org store and org and found some good free and payware sceneries, but I've never seen where it asked for me to add or download sceneries. Ah, don't worry about it. I get it. Hey, be thankful. Stream Elements didn't think you gave them a bad word. I don't know what's up with them here of late. They really are. They're not even set up to filter anything on the stream. Huh. Interesting. 11 didn't do that, but X-Plane 12 did. I haven't used Steam in a lot of years, so I don't know if that's just something with Steam or what. Or if there are different types of downloads out there. I don't know. Boy, we're finding a lot of thunderstorms here of late. Just flew around another one. It's looking really good. Oh, I know something I forgot to do. That's the bad thing when you turn the volume down on the sim, folks. You didn't get to hear the message. Well, yeah, I get that, Whoopi. You know, when I used to play DCS and stuff like that, yeah, Steam was where you got it. I only play the flight sims, and usually you can either get them in the store on disc, or which I haven't found X-Plane, by the way, there, except for way back when, X-Plane 6 or 7. And or I go directly to them. Like, if I ever got a burr to go to Microsoft again, I'd go there to get that one, or to the Laminar site and download direct. So, I mean, to each their own. Everyone has their own, you know, method of getting their whatevers. And I know Steam is good. I think I had a problem with Steam, but I don't know what it was. How's the flight going? It's going. 2 hours, 9 minutes to go there, Bad Attitude. Where are you? I thought you were going to be up here. Just kidding. You got Vietnam still you could take off at. Like I said, well, now if you want to have some fun, you could take off. Yeah, I got mine X-Plane 12 straight from Laminar. Well, so you got what, 2 or 3 monitors there? Use one for the sim. I hope I didn't get you in trouble with that. Actually, the good thing is we were in break at that time, so even Bad Attitude didn't hear it. All right, but hey, subscribers, thank you so much. Even those of you that have been gifted and are able to hear my voice, folks, thank you so much for the gifts and these new subscribers. Hope you all continue with the gift you were given, but that's your call. I understand money and way times are. Philadelphia is in the house. Welcome aboard, sir. But it really does help. We are looking at a couple more planes to get. Just haven't kind of decided the angle or how people and what they like seeing us fly up here. So, but thank you all very much for your subscriptions, your kind-heartedness to gifting to some people that haven't had subscriptions. The big thing, folks, with a subscription is it's ad-free viewing. I go about every 20 minutes or so, and then we put about a minute's worth of video or commercials out. Both helps Twitch and in a roundabout way helps the stream. But yeah, you know, as I was saying, Bad Attitude, before the break rudely interrupted us, you do have multiple screens. Yeah, that would get you into a lot of trouble, I'm sure. Oh, but yeah. And that's why probably I could not work remote, is my wife would be hitting me with frying pans. Get off the sim, get back to work. So. Well, you're welcome, Whoopi. Yeah. It's a little difficult there, Bad Attitude, but you can use the keyboard. But anyway, hey, just tell them you're practicing. You want to be one of the pilots on the line. But no, you're welcome, Whoopi. A lot of people don't realize you can sometimes go right to and get them. Now, I can't speak for Microsoft. They've changed so much since they fired the gaming crew many years ago. So this iteration of whatever Microsoft sanctioned, I have no idea. But for X-Plane, you should be able to go to XP12 and get them that way. Or X-Plane and get it that way. Hang on a second. There we go. And oh, no, you don't want to tell them you want to be a line pilot as well? Okay, well, you know, it was a try there, Oh man, now you really hit hard there, Bad Attitude. Taking the pizza away, man. Oh. Man, he is a harsh person to work for. Oh. By the way, where is one of my moderators? Hang on, where'd he go hiding to? I know he's not claiming to be at work. Let me see here. Yep, he's slacking. Oh boy. That attitude, you may have to take pizzas away from our moderator too. Oh. Yeah. This messaging system on my stream is really screwed up. We just came out of an ad break and it's saying we're in one. Oh boy. Have to go in and check everything. Okay, everything looks good. Just really weird. Alright, well, this is kind of par for the course today, folks. Well, that's always good when nothing goes wrong. Especially on a day when everybody's going to be heading home. So. And I think the weather across the country isn't all that bad either, so that helps too. Except for what lies ahead of this aircraft. It doesn't look good. Not boding well for us, folks. Just southeast Texas, huh? Actually, haven't popped my head out. More worried about the flight here. Let's take a look in the U.S. Actually, not even seeing weather there. Oh, southeast. I'm sorry, I'm looking in southwest. Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about. Oh, that looks kind of nasty. Nacogdoches and Lufkin, big towns I used to drive to when I was driving the truck. Alexandria, Louisiana and all looking like to get a little wet today. Branson down to Russellville, so. All right, well, you know, it is still summertime, folks, so. Or so they say. All right, what is our, I'll go ahead and start. We've got just under 2 hours, folks, to with the start of the checkerboard approach, modified, if you will. I am going to work on that. Huh. Actually got some pretty good charts over at VATSIM Hong Kong, folks. Only problem is we just don't have a good scenery that I'm aware of in X-plane to fly the IGS approach. IGS, I don't know exactly what it stood for, but look at it as a displaced thresh or displaced localizer approach, or LDA, localizer displaced approach, because basically you're flying at a mountain and then at a point you turn for the runway, and you should have lead-in lights and all of that to help you and guide you and when turns and all happen. So the Juneau scenery that I got when I was with FSX was phenomenal in having lead-in lights. Question from Whoopi: what is the big differences between 12 and Microsoft? To me, it's user preference. I watch it, and I mean, it's neat and all how the scenery looks down low. But some have told me, and I look at it and go, I can't see cartoonish in it, but some say it is. It's really your preference. Mine with X-Plane or Microsoft goes back a long way. I've been trying to get away from Microsoft for a long time for the way they handled the debacle of their operating systems back in the late 2000 timeframe, 08, 9. They just fired them with an email, and it just irritated me that a company like Microsoft would do that to its employees, and I vowed to get away from them and sell them. FSX, I get it, Bad Attitude was not a great sim they released. But once I got a computer that could handle what it did, and Orbix came out with a lot of good stuff, it actually I really liked it. So, but it took time. And let's give you how long it took. Microsoft 2020 didn't come out for 13 years, I think it was, since the release of 2008. Now, we had this thing called Prepared I never went to, so. But I just wanted away from Microsoft. I couldn't support a company like that. So that's why I won't go. And then I watched a video by a streamer I really, he really touches me a lot in how he flies and what he flies and how he puts the stream together and all of that. He was just flat out unbelievable how much money spent for what he got. And so I'll stick to $60 for a sim versus a couple hundred. And folks, we got a pretty good storm up ahead. I'm seeing a lot of lightning now kicking out of it. All right, so it's Filippo. Welcome, welcome, sir. Boy, did we find some weather. Look at that, folks. That is, I'm gonna give. Okay, kudos to Laminar on this weather. And we're going to go right through the top of that. Let's see where we are along the flight path. Ah, okay. We're approaching finally. Hang on, let me show you where we're at here. Just coming up along the eastern well, we're out a little bit, but we're east of Vietnam right now. All right, so you can see that's what we're seeing, folks, and we're getting ready to cross over. Boy, is it displaying nicely. I think I'm going to close my eyes through this. Oh wait, the cloud will do that for me. Ooh, getting a little intense in here, folks. And we've gone to hyperspace. deviate left by 20. I wanted to go to hyperspace, man. Oh, VR, huh? I know Hawker was working on that, and I think he finally got it. Oh, we're out of hyperspace. Doggone it. Okay, let's take a look outside. Well, let's see if we can tease Hawker enough. Boy. Let's see how this looks on radar. I didn't even think about that. It looks phenomenal over on Zebo a couple days ago. Let's see. Yep, not really showing up on radar. All right. And bad attitude must have had to run back to work real quick. See if we can't get Hawker up and running here. All right, Whoopi's still here. Oh, we got a bunch of people still here, so good deal. Enjoying these. I know if bad attitude was here, he goes, okay, you need to go right 10. Nope, we're going right through. It only lasts a few minutes, if that. By the way, one of our flight plans today, folks, took us up to 41,000 feet. That could have been fun in a 7.4. Yesterday, we were at 47,000 in the Citation, so Philadelphia is still in the house. I don't know. Told you all this, every time it plays sounds like The Dark Knight, this song. Actually, it also sounds like a DCS theme I used to listen to with the 810, I think it was, or one of them, as they loaded. Long time ago. Let me check something here. All right, coming into some more storms. Let's see here. We're an hour and 40 minutes out. Then we should get a break after this little patch here and then run into a little bit more. This could be some of the feeders into that typhoon that hit China, although this would be a long way out. All right, so let's let's have a little fun here, folks. Let's see. I know some of y'all are kind of curious thinking about this aircraft. I highly recommend it. Folks, Felis is undeniably very Microsoft term PMD-ish. Hey, let's kick open the door. All right, welcome. Oh. Altitude sickness, folks, no biggie. And here's the first class section. Now, many 747-200-100s of the day, this was more like a lounge and not a real area for passengers. But who knows? Unfortunately, the lav doors don't work. Also over here, you can see your emergency exit and slides from here. All right, let's head on down, shall we? How about we come up a little? So, and you would find these on many flights. Cathay had them, Pan Am had them, TWA had them. So little bar areas that part of the flight crew took care of. Or first class especially, folks, in business, were treated as they should be since they paid quite a bit usually for their seats. Then you get back here in the cattle section and, man, I mean, the Felis Joe just, I mean, really went all out. I mean, it's all the way back, folks. Galley areas, bathroom areas. Just an amazing cabin that comes with your purchase. I forget the airlines that come with it. I have since added a lot of Pan Am, Northwest, couple of Uniteds, and so forth. So, and literally, folks, you could be looking at Air Force One. Then in the back here, more lavs. Depending on the setup and type, you would actually be able to come across. Pardon me here. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Then again, another full run down the aisleway here. And there are so many different types of configurations, folks. You saw a couple of them in the movie Airports, where they put a patient in here on a stretcher and all. Folks, just amazing what they can do with these aircraft. Here comes business class. Just unreal. This one, not a lot. The wall got in the way. Not very good at walking people in airplanes. Then you can see the nice 3-man crew. All right, folks, there was a little bit of a tour for you of the aircraft. Now, not shown, I've not been inside a 747. Well, I have, 200. But it was geared not for long haul passengers, but for firefighting. Very fascinating plane, by the way, that Evergreen put together. The 200 they had. I know they went up to a 400, but I don't even know if those are in service anymore. But I can say this, folks, on 767 type aircrafts, because I was shown it, the crew berthing areas. So the standby crew would be in there sleeping for the 4 or 5 hour, however they work their shifts out. And then they'd be in the cockpit and the other crew go back. So that I don't know where it would have been, where the hiding spot is. It's probably somewhere in the hump behind us for the flight crew. Flight attendants, I think, either blocked off a section of coach for them, or they may have had a hiding spot as well. But there you go, folks. That's what you get when you purchase Felis. And I put the link up there, but it won't. Stream Elements won't let it happen today, and I'm not sure why they're being so dramatic and not letting us do anything. So. But we're through the weather, and we're on our way. There's the coastline of Vietnam. And on we go to Hong Kong. Hong Kong Phooey. All right, let's see how we're looking here, folks. Oh, that's right. Hang on a second. I turned off SIGs so I could do something. Haikui might be the name of the tropical cyclone that's hitting right around Shantou, as well as Xiamen, headed towards Fuzhou and just west of Taiwan. So, give you a orientation where this thing is. So, don't know the strengths or anything like that, folks. They've long since changed how we can access that. Because, you know, nothing bad ever happens in China. Never. I know, I just started an international incident. But yeah, it's just like flying over the North Atlantic or the Pacific, trans-Pacific, transatlantic flights. Nothing but water. At least in this realm, we do get to see some land. All right, and we are looking at about an hour and 30 minutes, folks. So we'll give it about 30 minutes. We'll start a pre-brief for our approach and get things starting to get set up here as we come down for Kai Tak. All right, so enjoy the music, enjoy the ride, folks, and we'll be back with you here shortly. getting a little ominous in front of us again. It's a shame the radar isn't showing it, but that's okay. All right. Got about an hour and 20 minutes. Let's go ahead and start setting up some information in here, primarily here. So let's set up landing performance, okay? Excuse me, folks. All right, we're just, well, first off, let's load the data sheet, okay. All right, aircraft elevation is 0. Heading, we're gonna have to use some toolkit for a lot of this. Boy, is it not giving us anything like length? Well, I am going to go with 9490, so we'll go 9500. Oh boy, we'll go 130. Trying to narrow down. You know what? I'm going to try something, folks. Back out of this. From VATSIM. It's the same chart. Oh, that stinks. 136, call it 140 then. And I am going to show this because I actually don't think the one I had went that far. Oh yeah, it does. Okay, cool. Okay, 33, 31. Yeah, we'll just go with 94. Slope's good. Runway, I believe, is going to be called dry. We'll go with Hong Kong International being 29 degrees Celsius. 10:03. And we're going to go with winds. Oh boy. All right, so there we have it, folks. We are going to go flaps 30 and sim brief. I'm reading the right one, estimating 434. Okay, we'll go with it. Everything else looks good. So that's it right now. We're going to eat up 600 feet in medium on the brakes, flaps 30, and there's our speeds, folks. VREF 130. So we're going to do a lot better, hopefully, this time in all aspects. Last time we did a sliding turn and dipped into the water a little bit. All right, so that gets the first part of this setup. Okay. All right, so we're ready here. Give it a few more minutes, folks, and then we'll get into talking about the arrival. See what we're looking at here distance-wise. Okay, we're about 600, we'll call it 50 miles out. So we got a little bit of time to work with. And we'll then get ready for the arrival. All right, we're back here with you folks. We got about another 5 or 10 minutes to go before we do this arrival brief. Just trying to get my mind wrapped around it all so we can try not sliding off the end of the runway this time, coming in too hot. It is, folks, hands down, it's a tricky approach. It's a challenging approach. It's, every, thing imaginable flying this. But this was the international airport and the approach to it for almost a century. So, better part of at least half a century. So, we're going to do our best to get her in there per the charts. So, the interesting thing here is currently Tower is up at the new international airport. And new is a relative term here, folks. It opened turn of the century. So, yeah. So, but we definitely have some weather in front of us. Really, really looking good here in XP12. Really looking good. Sorry if I kind of get quiet and just get mesmerized like you all by really good. Folks, this is default weather. So, wow. Okay, and as our Twitcher friends come back from break, wow. Can we just say wow for the weather? Ooh. Folks, this is, again, default weather. No active sky or anything like that added to it. Straight out of the box, what you get. Matter of fact, for this entire flight, the only add-ons are going to be my scenery in Kai-Tak and this aircraft. All of which I'd love to give you links to, but Stream Elements is being finicky today, and I not even got it as a mod, so I tried to unmod, and it said it's not even a mod. So, yeah, something bad's going on in Stream. Yeah, boo. Yeah, it's a bummer, but, we'll just press on. We're not going to let it get to us, so it can have its attitude all at once. But yeah, this is default, folks. And with each update, folks, XP12 just gets better and better. the clouds. That's why I can't wait to see what Austin has in store for us for '07. But for now, I'm just going to enjoy '06. This is just wild. All right. After this song, folks, we'll get back into the game here, back into the flight, and start the arrival brief. All right. There we go. All right, so let's get into that arrival brief, shall we? All right, now we kind of watched us brief out what the airport's like. Okay, we're going to be landing roughly 467,000 pounds. Probably closer to 430. What was it I said? Yeah, I'm not sure what we're going to actually show on there. We'll get it as we start down. But we're going to go flaps 30, folks. We're going to be landing on a 9,400-foot runway. Make sure I got that right. 9,500. Airport elevation's like 15 above sea level. And there is a slope, but it's too hard to put in, so we'll just leave it non-existent. Runway dry and 29 degrees Celsius, and I'm guessing at the 29.73. Currently, the altimeter at Hong Kong New International, again, relative term, Kai Tak's been away well over 20 years. They're in the 2002 range now, nothing significant, so we'll see if that pans out. Okay, so that's going to leave us with our speeds looking like this. 130 is what we're looking at here on VREF. Okay, and you can see all of our different flap speeds and all. With medium brake setting, folks, we're looking at about 5,800 feet of the runway being used for landing. Okay, with all of that said and done, we're going into another thunderstorm here. And we'll be in hyperspace in a moment, probably with rain. There it is. Chewie, take us out of hyperspace. I said take us out of hyperspace, not into it. Always love it, folks. At night with the headlights, really looks eerie. So, anyway. We'll keep an eye on it that nothing bad happens. All right, so we're getting ready to come out. So what I'm going to do here, let's bring up Sky Vector, and you can see with the SIGs where that tropical cyclone typhoon is. Here's Hong Kong. There's where it's at. So you can see the SIGs are just on the outer edge of Hong Kong. All right. All right, let me pop over there. All right, so here is Hong Kong Kai Tak. Here's those lead-in lights that I was telling you about that would help you to get in right here. They come really close. Think of them as extended approach light fields, folks. So basically giving you a little helping hand on when to make that turn. All right, so let's kind of go to our approach. And this is the one I have programmed in the FMC. So we're going to fly direct CH, the VOR. Folks, you should know this. Those of you that fly Hong Kong, CH works either in direct line with or using it for DME values as you come in to make the swing around the island to grab one of the 7s for approach. Okay, so we're going to go to CH. We're going to be, well, first off, let's go. It's kind of a weird looking chart. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's not standard Jepson looking chart. It's actually Hong Kong control. So they kind of, there's really nothing out there for us to use anymore, folks. So they've kind of come up with these. So we're going to fly the VOR DME runway 13, see the airport at 15 feet. Here's the frequencies to expect in the region. So we're going to come into CH. Let's go ahead and program that right now, 112. So we're way out of range. Okay, and we can work that DME on a course of 045. We can also put in our NDB. We'll do that in a minute because I know you probably won't be able to see me. So what we're going to do is come over CH, fly 045 at 5.5 DME, and I'm trying to find where this note is. Okay, so at DME, descend to 1,050 feet and expect to turn right, crossing SC NDB, then make a good visual approach. So 1,000 feet, folks, roughly at SC NDB, or 5 miles from, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that, 5 miles from CH. We descend down, we should be at 1,050 feet, come around, and do our best on the visual, okay? And that's what we're depicting here. So you got SCs here where you start the turn, and we should overfly Hong Kong on course for the runway and able to touch down, stop, all that good stuff by the end of the runway. Missed approach, fly out to TD, which, by the way, you all again should know. Now it's calling it TH. There's actually 2 of them so close together, folks, now. One of them takes over. I don't know which one. And you go into a hold there. Looks like left-hand turns, probably no faster than 210 till corrected to brake and try again. Okay. Transition levels 11,000, altitude 9,000. We'll probably set our altimeters at 18, just so that one less thing I don't have to worry about, because it's enough getting this beast to slow down sometimes. Okay, so that's our approach. Okay, our minimum altitudes south of HK. It's HK. Oh. All right, well, oh, I see what it's saying. So 25 miles from TH, which is right here, 3,000 feet south of it, 4,300 feet over in this sector, and 3,300 over here. All right, because of the higher terrain. That's all. Okay, and again, 6,000. We'll still be descending for 1,050 feet. We're going to go for 1,000. And then at SC, we're going to start that descent at about 800 feet a minute to make our arrival. Okay, so that's our arrival, folks. it's pretty tricky. I mean, like I said, last time we landed fast, mainly because we were high. This time we're going to be on our numbers. So, matter of fact, let's help it out. See, right there's a culprit. Remember, and I am going to be at 210. All right, see what that does. So 346 miles from top of descent. I plan to descend 100 miles from CH, if not sooner than that. And I'll level off at 6,000. I have no troubles with that. All right, again, right now, currently tower with VATSIM is up at the new airport. Not to say they won't move to the old one, just to say, look at me. Who knows? But we're right now getting ready to head for Kaitak. Any questions? Good. There we go, folks. All right, hope you all enjoy. Smash that follow button if you're loving the flight, loving the content. Also, don't forget, folks, it is September. Feel free to subscribe here. You get a 25% discount from Twitch for Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 3, folks, you get 30%. So, and if you're gifting subs, which we love to see here, folks, 25% off. So, also there's some discounts with Twitch through their loot cave and a couple of other things, but this is the big month for Twitch. They call it September. They give good discounts, so treat your favorite streamers, folks. Remember, one of the big benefits on top of others that streams give is the ad-free viewing. So try to keep the ads at a minimum here, but with respect to Twitch, they got to make some money too in the process, as does the stream, so we can buy new aircraft, newer aircraft that we don't have currently, and maybe some sceneries. All right, now with respect to this big old panel here, there isn't really in cruise a lot to do. It's mostly monitoring how systems and all are going, so our paying passengers, our paying subscribers behind us are comfortable. So we're just kind of just looking it over. Okay, fuel. Okay, once we get to descent, we'll kick the reserve tanks open. They should stay below the outer tank should stay below. That would be 1 and 4 should stay below 2 and 3. So, all right, so everything looks good there. All right, I'm going to go ahead and roll a couple more songs, and then we'll get into descent here shortly. By the way, those of you who are contemplating flying Hong Kong back to Singapore, you count how many storm systems you have to go through. Give you an idea how far out you are. All right, folks, hope you all are having a great Labor Day. And looking forward to seeing Kaitak. All right, folks, we are getting ready. Bear with me a second here. There's the screens. There we go. 260 miles. We'll see. I'm curious. I probably can't. All right. So we got about 40 miles to DOSUT, 80 miles, almost 90 miles to DULOP, and then from there another 45, 46 miles to DUMOL, where we begin our descent, folks. So again, welcome aboard. Thanks for flying with Mike. If you are so inclined, we'd love for you to smash that follow button. And being the month of September, hey, if you really would like to support the stream so that we can get better aircraft or aircraft of specific choices that we can look at, hey, we'd love for you to smash subscribe. It's 25% off Tier 1, Tier 2, and 30% for Tier 3. So enjoy the music, folks. We're going to kind of take this time. We got about 15 minutes or so, 20 at the most, before we start really getting into top of descent flows and all. All right, and also I would be remiss in saying to those of us in the United States, happy Labor Day. I don't know if that's a thing or not, if that's the right way to say it. But anyway, it is Labor Day, and many of them have the day off. So enjoy. I only have the day off because it's a normal day off for me. And I can see some more storms. Problem is, the only bad thing is the radar doesn't pick them up, or just isn't functioning over here in Felis. I will tell you, folks, we did a flight, let's see, today's Monday, Sunday, Friday, down in South America, and the radar on Zibo lit up and was great to see with the storms around it. So they are doing some great things. Folks, if you're not familiar, you're flying X-plane and you're not, and you want to fly 737s, folks, you don't have to spend an arm and a leg to get that kind of quality, folks. Zibo is free. So you didn't lose an arm and a leg. You still have them. And it is as good and in many areas better than, oh, don't get me wrong, that other one probably outdoes it in a couple areas too. But for free, I'm sorry, folks. Y'all can lose your arm and a leg over at that other place. But I kind of like keeping them here at X-Plane. So Zibo that was just incredible to see as we cruise through southern Brazil into Paraguay. I'd put the link up for our YouTube channel. Actually, I think that one comes through every now and then. I don't know how that one gets through and none others don't. Yeah, that one makes no sense. right, well, so we're 2.5 hours into this flight, folks, and we got about another 40 to go to get on the ground. Now, the fun is about to happen in about, oh, let's see, if we're at 39, let's give it about 30 minutes. That'll include through our descent and all. Once we come over CH, folks, that's when the fun begins. Weather right now appears tranquil, but it could be frightful. We'll see. There is a tropical system north and east of Hong Kong. Came ashore. Looks like on the radar and everything that it's still a little bit of a distance away from Hong Kong. Not much, but enough. That we may deal with some high cloudiness, but we should have a pretty decent visual approach on it. And X-Plane is still doing its whatever they call this with the screens. Twitching, we'll call it, but that's Twitch. So, sorry folks, couldn't resist. All right, let's see. Oh, wrong one. Let's come from here. Yep, we're away from land again. Far enough, folks. As we head out on a 3-hour cruise. All right. Oh, I thought for a second there we were starting to pull in CH. We are not. But we're on our way to Dulup now. So we got about 60. Are we there yet? No, we're not. Sorry, bad attitude. We're getting there. We're getting there, folks. But we have briefed our arrival, sir. I'll give you a little peek at it. Actually, what, over in eastern Texas? But there you go, folks. There's what we're going to be shooting. It's called a VOR approach to run 3. Because we don't have the frequencies available to us to fly the localizer and all to make the turn. So we'll just have to do this on a VOR and NDB setup. So yeah, I kind of figured those cells, anytime in the south there, they're gonna probably get pretty mean. So hopefully you have your aircraft all tied down. Just so you all can at least get an idea what's going on in the Hong Kong area. So, not bad. Nothing. It says no significant, but yet we've had thunderstorms, and that's pretty significant. So, so who knows? To that controller, oh, that's just a little thunderstorm. It's not really all that significant. You guys can fly through it. So it puts out 6-inch diameter hail. Ooh, I'd hate to even see that. Ooh. That'd be a basketball flying out of the sky. All right, we got all right, about 26 more miles, and then we begin turning for CH. My game plan is 100 to 110 miles from CH that we push over and start coming down. It's 6,000 is what I want to be at over CH, and then descend to 1,000 in 5 miles. That's a pretty hefty descent. But I also hope to be at 210, maintaining it and slowing to 180 so we can make a nice, easy turn to come around and land. See if CH comes up yet. Nope, not yet. Okay. Okay, we do have CH dialed in. What I am going to do is go ahead and start getting my frequencies up for these NDBs. 236. And then over Hong Kong 370 actually. Seven. All right. All right, let's see if we get CH to tune in here. Then we'll use 15.5. You know what? Let's go with 315. Now, what I'm going to tell you how I'm getting this set up, okay? Hang on a second. All right, so what we've done here, we've got CH, which is our initial fix, 6,000. We're going to be still descending, hopefully, at that point. So we can hit that 1,000-foot mark. And I want to be at 210 there, 180 at the 5.5 from Stonecutters. Stonecutters is right here at 336. That's wrong. It's 236. Glad I double checked here. And then 377 for Hong Kong NDB. Okay, that's our boundaries for our turn. Again, 180 slowing to 140. Full flaps, gear down, so we can make that turn. And right onto the runway. And then we'll use TD, or TH, it's not 115. Oh, I got to switch up here. Hang on. 116.10. I don't think we'll get 115. There we go. And that'll take us right down the runway. So theoretically, this should all work. It's all behind now that loose nut behind the wheel. See if he can do it right. But again, for those coming in, getting ready for this approach, DUMOL is still about 20 miles off our nose. Matter of fact, let's get a good shot off our nose. All right, here is the approach. Okay, there's Sky Vector. Again, there's the tropical system to our east. As you can see, the SIGs are pretty much done and over with at Hong Kong. So we should be theoretically in the clear. Our approach is one CH 5.5. Then we're going to go to Stonecutter, make the turn, and come in. It's a VOR DME runway 13 approach. So at this point, we're going to be pretty much visual, as it says here, to make this arrival. Okay. Again, game plan is no higher than 1,000 feet here. And we're going to be, well, they're saying 1,000 feet that ain't going to work. Because we're going to be needing to come down and speed. All of that's going to be, yeah, we'll work it out by problematic. Speed wise, ref is 128. So I plan about 138 for my approach speed. 140. Okay. That's the game plan, folks, and you all didn't see that part, so let me bounce back over to that screen. All right, VREF is 128. We're going to plan 138, full flaps, the whole 9 yard. Whoopi, to answer that question, I really can't because I don't have Microsoft Flight Sim anymore. They do use a different physics than X-Plane. Some will say inferior and some will say it's better. If it's of old, it's inferior. They use a table method, but I don't know what they did with this 2020. So I really can't answer that. CH, by the way, guys, just came online, 193 out. 90 miles top of descent. Now let's call it 80 miles. So I think flying an X-plane is a lot, to me, feels a lot more real from the days I flew back in the mid-80s. That's a long way to compare back to. So Microsoft, I don't know, just felt like it was meant so that anybody of any skill level, of any type, could pick up a joystick or a hand thummy thing and make it fly. X-plane, you gotta do a little practice, which is, in the real world, how you fly. So, like I said, it's very difficult for me to answer that question because I no longer have Microsoft product for flight sims. Matter of fact, that computer is toast. That had FSX. Not because of FSX. Other stupidity problems on my part. So, all right, so we got 181 miles and counting down. Let's see if anything. Yep, tower is still up at internet at the new Hong Kong airport. You know what? Just something's telling me something screwy is gonna happen here. So I've been around VATSIM way too long to not think something weird's gonna happen. Shouldn't, but like I said. All right, let's take one more look. All right. All right, we're about 40 to 50 miles out, folks, from top of descent. So let's start into our flow here. And what I'm just going to do, like I said on takeoff, we're just going to look at it. Okay, seatbelts. Anti-ice exterior lights are set. Auto brakes, that we can do. Medium. Radio INS switches, that'll be as we get closer to CH. Brake pressures, spoilers will arm, altimeters, landing, the rest of this as we start down. All right, so that's what I use that for, folks. I do not run it now. It's kind of skip, not getting it done. So let's get down at least under 9,000 before we start it, so that the all the pressures are set properly and all of that. Other than that, we've got our seatbelt lights on. Go ahead and kick on the wing. Okay. Starting to really want to hop around a lot. I'm thinking because of the weather. A lot of CPU usage going on. Graphics card, the whole 9 yards. Here, let's one more time over here. And we're still getting into 40s, so we're doing good on frame rates. All right, so all right, again, 45 degrees, I believe, is going to be our course. Yeah, off of CH. So, and continuing down to 1,000. 210 maybe, yeah, might just be the perfect speed as we start slowing it down to 180, 160 maybe to make that turn. So, now, how do I figure up this 100 number? I do the threes method. If you haven't heard of that, it's basically take your altitude you're at, which is 36,000, get rid of the zeros. To the altitude you want to be, 6,000, get rid of the zeros. Okay, that's obviously 30, and you subtract them. 36 minus 6 is 30, times 3, 90. Then I add about 10 or 20 just to be safe in my descent of about 2,300 feet a minute to make my 6,000, and hopefully I'll come right over just above and continue right on down to 1,000. Speed brakes, use everything you can, folks, to maintain that. That's how I come up with it. take the altitude you're at, take the zeros off. Altitude you're going to, in this case 6,000, take the zeros off. Subtract 36 from 6 in this case, it's 30 times 3. Boom. You're 90 miles out at 2,300 feet a minute. You should be in that ballpark, but I pad it, like I said. Just, again, a recap for those who may have missed that. All right, we are in the wheelhouse for it, so get this set to 6,000. Because if we end up before CH, which is great, that'll help us to get slowed down too. Level flight is always easy to get it slowed down to. All right, let's go ahead and start our descent. We'll start in vertical speed. I always like to make sure I'm going the right way with the needle. I am, okay. Here we go, folks. Okay, there's 2,000. Little bit more, a little bit more. There we go. And of course, that means we're going to be throttling back. All right, so there we go, folks. We're now in our descent for Hong Kong. Welcome aboard. Smash that follow button, folks, if you like what you see. Love to have you on future adventures. And with the month of September, hey, feel free to sub at 25% off the cost, folks. For Tier 1, Tier 2, 30% Tier 3. And enjoy the ride, folks. And at some point here, folks, I am going to put it into VOR or heading mode and track CH so we can do the 45-degree off of it. But that'll be here. Give us a little bit more to go. Looking at the actual readouts here and what we'll need to do. Whoa, just happened. Okay, let's not really sure why we're going to full power. Got it. There we go, folks. Figured it out. It was trying to hold the Mach speed at 25,000 speed, and you had to speed up. All right. All right, so we're going to try and maintain 290 now and continue our descent. We're still 70 plus miles out. I might be able to lessen this up a little. All right, that just took a sec. Just had to look at it. Go, wait a minute. What is it set in? All right, this is the message. I'm going to hold it here till our Twitchers come back. This is where I need help with someone with scenery. Come on. Just want to make sure we're all back here. It's my computer sitting next to me, not tied to my account. There we go. Okay, the error message you see up here, folks. This is what I talk about. I don't know if I'm loaded right with my sceneries and all to get them to where they are stacked right so they read properly. I know how to do that in FSX, or I think I still do. But I don't know files to work with in X-Plane, and it's been 3 years and I still don't. It took a long time in Microsoft too to learn all that. So, also, we're back on the auto throttle. What happened here, folks? I figured it out just as we went to break, of course. I had the frats down here in Mach. Well, we dropped below 27,000 and it just wanted to maintain 8.5 and couldn't. So that's why we had the error idiot light go off here, and I couldn't, and the idiot behind the steering wheel here couldn't figure it out, and I finally did. So anyway, folks, so we're continuing on down. We're at 18,000 direct, and we're starting to get the outer islands to Hong Kong in view. We're about 54 miles out. All right, and let's see. All right, well, I'm going to try... Oh, the outer bands are very close to us here. I'm not going to get weather at Hong Kong. Speaking of weather, there's the hyperspace. All right. So what is Hong Kong reporting? They're just too complicated with approach and departures. 10:02. All right, 10:02. Which just happens to be 29:59. Just make sure. Okay. All right, 20. Go ahead and start putting the fuel to them. All right, so we're now moving the reserve fuel into tanks 1 and 4 as we begin a 40-mile trek to CH. And now we're starting to see something. I think that's more land than rain. I don't know though. All right, we're going to go ahead, set, excuse me, folks. I'm going to set 240 in the box here for now as we get ready to drop below 10,000. And throttles idle, speed brakes max. And 10,700 feet. So let's go ahead, lights on. Okay, and cabin is ready. Second here. Okay, we're 30 miles out, headed for 6,000 feet. Bear with me a second here, folks. I think we're going to go to heading. Interesting. Am I not? Trying to figure out why we're not picking it up. Huh. Well, let's All right, folks, time to go into a sterile cockpit as we get ready to cross CH in 18 miles. We're going to go ahead and begin slowing to 220. And as we get close to 220, level flight, folks, makes it real easy to get this beastie slowed up. Let's see. All right, hang on a second. I'm going to punch over here. Don't need these on anymore. And our tanks are just about drained in. Let's go ahead and run it and see what we need to do.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Medium.
Radio INS switches.
Hold on.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and check that. I need to set 45. Okay. We're going to go ahead and check that, even though we're not there yet. Check.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Spoilers. Altimeters.
1002. Set and cross-check.
Landing data, EPR, and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude. Check. Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
Flaps 5.
Okay, still 6 out, and I'm starting my descent. All right.
Flaps 10.
Okay, that puts us to armed.
Thousand level off.
Started that first descent, secondary descent a little too quick. Kaitak, folks, is over between where you see in between those buildings. That's what we've got to go to. All right, well, we're in a much better situation than before. We were trying to get down to this.
1,000.
Not holding altitude. Hang on. You know, I'm really not liking this approach, folks. All these tall buildings in front of me. All right.
Caution terrain. Caution terrain.
Oh boy, I think I got in the wrong slip. I think I got in. Oh, there's the checkerboard right there. There's the airport. Okay, so I was right. We're going around. We'll try it again, folks. But there you have it, folks. There's Kaitak right there. All right, now I got to figure out how we're going to do CH, since I can't track to it.
Pull up.
That is really aggravating that we can't track CH. All right, I am going to have to do this different way.
Thousand level off.
Okay. Bear with me here a second, folks. Let me
Flaps 5.
All right, we're going to hold at 6,000. All right, folks, we're going to do this one more time. I was right where I needed to be, by the way. Okay, we're going to start our descent. Down to, whoop, wrong way. 2,000. Negative 1,500. Turning due north.
Flaps 10. Flaps 20. Gear down. Gears down, green light.
All right, folks, we got to go in this time. I am late for something right now.
Thousand level off.
All right, folks, here we go.
Flaps 25. Flaps 30.
Okay, you see the checkerboards, folks? There's our runway.
terrain, terrain. Pull up.
And now you see why it actually did have to get moved, folks. Really high again.
Sink rate, sink rate, sink rate, sink rate, sink rate. Pull up, 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 sink rate.
Gosh dang it, we're going
50, 40, 30, 20, 10. Auto brake off. $60 knots.
Well, the reversers didn't deploy again. Well, at least this time, Spaceman, you're not going to see us off the end. Alright, we are in Kai-Tak. Gonna do a pretty quick taxi here, folks.
Flaps up.
Alright, folks, again, welcome to Kai-Tak. Little high, but overall, not a bad landing. We'll take a look at the particulars here in a minute.
Cabin crew, disarm slides.
Okay, so radar transpond. Okay, so let's run the checklist here real quick. I already know.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure,
Check.
body gear steering,
Arm.
outer brakes,
Off.
ignition,
Damn.
Get that in a second.
Off.
engine and wing anti-ice,
Damn. Off.
radar and transponder,
Standby.
flaps,
Up.
spoilers,
Down.
stabilizer trim,
7 units.
outflow valves, open, pressurization mode selector, this, manual, aft cargo heat, let's see, off, APU, this,
Doing a lot of this on the fly, folks. All right, folks, if it wasn't for the help of some nav graph stuff and all, I would have had a hard time on that approach because we cut
check,
corners to
checklist
make it.
completed,
All right, next one I know we're going to do in the blocks. With the engines off. Bear with me a second, folks.
Cockpit to ground. Put the chocks on. Chocks are on.
Okay. All right, we should be able to shut down now. All right, so okay, get up here. All right, let's shut them down. All right, engines are off. Light directors off. Okay. Okay, probe heat, window heat off.
Cabin ready.
Much easier when you can see it better. Okay. Beacon off. Okay, here we go, folks.
All right, secure cockpit checklist. Brakes.
Okay, skip that.
Beacon lights. Off. INS. Align. Probe and window heat. Off.
Back valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. Wait. Off. Reserve tank valves. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Emergency lights. Off. Radar. Off.
INS. Off. Radio switches. Let's see.
Check was completed.
All right, folks, we are done. All right, well, let's take a look real quick at the flight. We're not going to have a whole lot of time here. 476 feet. Yeah, I kind of planted it intentionally. So we're going to get Sim Toolkit up here real quick. Look at the arrival, and they're going to pretty much end it there, folks. I know y'all like seeing the replay. I'm out of time. I've got a function to be at, and I got to roll. So let's just view some details. View some details. Come on, Sim Toolkit. There we go. And we'll just go to the full landing report. All right. You can't really see where you can kind of see where it was, but you can't. So 136 right on the numbers there. 167, there's where a lot of the problems came in. But we only hit it a G and at 476 feet a minute. Overall, it's not a bad landing, folks. So let me get out of here with Pan Am. Flight ended. Filing to flight. Survey says success. Relog back in. I'm pretty sure of it. And Pan Am logged us in at 345 feet per minute. So overall, again, not a bad flight. I am, just for the giggles of it, we're going to go ahead and see if it'll replay, because I would like to see one thing about it.
Remove the chocks.
So let's see here. Let's wait for him to say they're removed. And we'll go from there.
Chocks removed.
All right, here we go. Yeah, I forgot. Oh well. We're offline now. Hey, we're going to actually be able to see. Let's go here. All right, let's just kind of relive what I did wrong. Still way high. I think the buildings are getting to me now, folks. That's why I'm staying up way too high. Look at that angle. way high, folks. Well, the nose gear is never a good thing to land on, folks. Alright, folks, with that, let's call it a night. Thank you all for being a part of Flying with Mike. God bless you all. We'll see you Wednesday. Enjoy the rest of the holiday. God bless you.